O futuro começa a cada manhã, com a disposição e a certeza de que faremos sempre o melhor. Essa história começa há mais de um século, com o início da imigração árabe para o Brasil, quando desembarcamos por estas terras cheios de sonhos e muita disposição para o trabalho. Trabalho esse que, pautado por muito esforço, excelência e ética, se transformou em uma das maiores características comerciais do povo árabe no Brasil e no mundo. Oriundo de muitas nações, nosso povo encontrou no país um lar e nele passou por transformações que incutiram na cultura brasileira nosso jeito, nossos costumes e nossa inegável vontade de prosperar. Deste movimento nasce a Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira, uma instituição alicerçada pelos valores de uma das culturas mais ricas e celebradas. Dispostos a honrar nossas tradições e os 23 países participantes de nosso grupo, nos transformamos rapidamente em um hub de negócios focado em desenvolvimento e inovação. Assim, colocamos um pé no futuro de maneira efetiva e dispostos a transformar as relações comerciais por onde passamos, transformando ideias em oportunidades, sempre com responsabilidade e arrojo. Criamos uma rede moderna capaz de levar nosso know-how para além das fronteiras do mundo árabe, levando excelência e tecnologia por onde passamos, sempre pautados em nosso propósito de conectar brasileiros e árabes para promover o desenvolvimento econômico, social e cultural. Sempre em convergência com nossos maiores valores: ética, inovação, liderança, confiança, comprometimento e competência. Bem-vindos à edição 2020 do Fórum Econômico Brasil e Países Árabes. A construção do futuro começa agora.
Muito bom.
Good morning. If we haven't met yet, my name is Renata Maron. Welcome to the second day of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Today we have a special online edition and we are talking about how the future is now. When you go into the platform, please choose your language of preference. You'll be able to have the best experience possible through simultaneous interpretation. Today we are going to talk about a new order of international business, and I am sure that we'll have the perfect speakers to answer this question, and we'll get an answer by the end of the event. Today, and for this event, we have the sponsorship of these companies: BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, Kaizad, Neom Trade, the Qualita Group, and TradeLink. And please remember, you can go to our virtual trade show to see the sponsors for the Economic Forum of 2020, and everything is online. On the trade show, you'll be able to talk to these companies and to find new opportunities for trade and institutional relationships between these countries. Now let's hear a little bit more.
Sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios: a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino, e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
Para iniciarmos então os...
So now, to start the second day of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum, we now have the VP of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Osmar Chafi. Welcome, Mr. Chafi. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, it is an honor for me to welcome everyone who is with us on the second day of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Today, we have a question and a provocation. The impact of COVID-19 and its pandemic in every aspect of our lives has created changes in our economy and in international trade. Now, are these changes situational? Or are we watching changes that will remain here and that will dictate how we do business both domestically and internationally? In the presentations and discussions we had yesterday, we analyzed the current scenario in the world, and we talked about perspectives for Brazil and for Arab countries in trade, the economy, and the current context. Studies from the International Monetary Fund have shown that losses in global GDP could get to $9 trillion in 2020 and 2021, which corresponds to all the products in Germany and Japan. The pace of economic recovery is uncertain. Forecasts still suffer with the lack of foreseeability on how markets and consumers will react. Every country at different levels and with their different situational contexts are still trying to face the adverse effects of this pandemic, which has spread in an unprecedented way and has had significant impact in business. In a broader sense, the diagnosis on the results of the pandemic have varied. A few months ago, Henry Kissinger said that the pandemic has changed the world order forever and that only international cooperation will ensure safety, order, economic welfare, and justice. But Richard Haas, in an article for Foreign Affairs at the beginning of the pandemic, said that the world after COVID-19 will not be different from the one we had before, but that it will accelerate the trends that we see right now without reshaping our basic traits deeply. Now, in commerce and international trade, we clearly see new challenges. These challenges exist in logistics, sanitation surveillance, business, and how we use technology. We also see how important governments became to make sure we still have a strategic exchange of products, for example, in healthcare. Borders were closed temporarily, and sanitation measures were doubled down on. We were unable to travel, and we had to interrupt tourism, and all of this led to a very challenging scenario when it comes to trade transactions between companies and countries. But not everything has been bad. On the contrary, these hardships have brought us innovative solutions. We've also expanded the potential of virtual platforms. We were able to foster more meetings and gatherings online, and this event is a perfect example of that. E-commerce has expanded, and we see more efforts of digitalizing customs clearance. In a while, you'll be able to see that when we present the ELOS platform, which has been developed by the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. When it comes to trade between Brazil and Arab countries, the hardships of the pandemic have boosted more cooperation. Our Arab partners have appreciated their relationship with Brazil because Brazil is able to supply their countries with quality and predictability to ensure food security for millions of people in the region. Within the past months, the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce has received a number of requests of importers who want to find Brazilian suppliers who will be able to cater to their imports needs to make sure that they have food in the Arab world. Brazil is still a key supplier. Any adverse results for trade with the Arab countries, which represent 4.5% of foreign trade in Brazil between January and August this year, were smaller than expected. Of course, we are still going through tough times, but we have reason to be excited. As usual, in its 68 years of existence, the Chamber will try and make the best out of it, always making an effort to expand and strengthen economic ties, trade ties, and investment ties between Arabs and Brazilians, always in alignment with the government and the companies from Brazil and from the Arab countries. Now we are going to start our conversation with Ambassador Ernesto Araújo, the Brazilian Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will be talking about the new geometry of international business. Welcome, Minister. Thank you very much. Just a second. Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. I would also like to greet everyone at the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. I would also like to greet everyone who is watching us. I am very happy to be here talking to you about Brazil and Arab countries and how important this trade relationship is. I truly admire the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and I am enthusiastic about fostering this kind of trade. Right now, of course, all of us are facing a number of challenges. And after COVID-19, I am sure that the relationship between Brazil and the Arab world will be more and more strategic. When it comes to our foreign policies, I can tell that under Mr. Bolsonaro's administration, Brazil has been going through a number of changes which are in alignment with what the Brazilian people want. And the Brazilian people is partially Arab people. We know that from what we see every day. The presence of Arab descendants in Brazil didn't happen by accident, and it helped us create the Brazilian people. So when we say we want foreign policies that are in alignment with the Brazilian people, that also means that this foreign policy will be in alignment with the Arab world as well. The guiding principles for our foreign policy have to do with freedom and economic openness. This is the basic foundation for not only efficient economies, but also economies that are able to offer a better society and the construction of a society with more freedom and democracy. This is also in alignment with what we want to do. Now, through external policies or foreign policies, we want to foster an international system that respects the central role of sovereign countries, but also promotes the construction of international mechanisms that are reliable and balanced. We want to go to the original sense of the multilateral system. a multilateral system that is economic and that has to do with WTO. This also has to do with the central system that we have when it comes to politics, focused on the UN. Right now, we know we need reforms for many segments, and all of these reforms should help us create this new world based on the COVID-19 challenges. This new world should have more cooperation between countries and more loyalty in international communities. We should be protecting peace and prosperity. We want prosperity for every country, and to do that, we can't be stopped and we can't just stay idle. We need to review these mechanisms that have been lagging behind for 30 years in our international communities. So right now, we have to and we should talk to every partner so that after we leave the pandemic behind, we have a moment of true recovery, not only in economic terms. We want this recovery to be the recovery of an international community focused on freedom. Now, these principles have to do with the work that Brazil is doing to get into the OECD. We also have other Brazilian priorities. For example, we have the negotiation of free trade agreements and different agreements with big partners like the European Union and NAFTA. Some of these are going through the last steps of legal approvals. We also have the protocol that was signed yesterday in Brasilia with Minister Paulo Guedes. This one has to do with trade facilitation and regulation practices against corruption. Now, the pandemic has been a catalyst of challenges, and one of them is the digital economy. At the beginning of this year, we saw a huge increase in the importance of the digital economy, but this has been even accelerated further by the pandemic, and this is a reality we need to pay attention to. More and more, we need to make sure we enjoy this opportunity because this is not new, but this has expanded a lot. The digital economy is very important. New production chains are also being created through the increase in key partners. We are also increasing the trusting relationships we have with partners. In this sense, our relationship with Arab countries was already important, but now they are a part of our process of restructuring Brazil internationally through this new geometry. Brazil and the Arab world already share a crucial, essential economic relationship, and more we should rely on this relationship to achieve our goals of growth and recovery. The Arab-Brazilian community, as I was saying, is going to be paramount for this reconstruction. And for us, it is a privilege to have this extraordinary Arab-Brazilian community, which creates for us a natural connection with the Arab world, and which right now is key for growth in this region. Let's see a few numbers that are going to be very important here. As Ambassador Osmar Shafi was saying, throughout the world, we are seeing a decrease in trade with trillions and trillions of dollars that are being left behind. However, in the relationship between Brazil and the countries that are members of the Arab League, we have this trend of maintaining these numbers even throughout the pandemic, which is exciting. Last year, in 2019, trade between Brazil and the Arab League was $15 billion. This year, in the first 9 months, we had almost $9 billion. So we should expect a number above $10 billion for 2020, maybe close to the $15 billion we had last year, as we pick up the economy right now. This reflects not only the quality of our relationship with the Arab countries, but the trust that we share with them. It's very important to emphasize that. From the beginning, in our administration, we've tried to do that in every sense. I was a part of this process, and we truly tried to get closer together to the Arab world. We started working closer together with countries with whom we hadn't been closer recently, like Saudi Arabia and Morocco, including the UAE. And this is important not only for the economy, but for the construction of peace and prosperity in the Arab world and in the Middle East. And we see the impacts of that now in the strong commercial relationship we share. And our trade is resilient, and I am sure that as of next year, this is going to be even better. It is a pity that we didn't see our numbers go up by a lot this year because of COVID-19. I think the 15 billion from 2019 would have become 20 or 25 billion without the pandemic, but that's what we are going to work for. Now, agribusiness is also extremely important for our trade relationship with the Arab world. And we saw once again that even though we had the pandemic, Brazilian exports in agribusiness to Arab countries were $5 billion in the first 9 months of this year. In total, in 2019, our exports to these markets was 4.9 billion. So in 9 months in agribusiness, we were able to surpass the sales and exports that we had in 2019 to the Arab countries. This is very exciting. It goes to show how important this trade is. Right now, during the pandemic, it is paramount for us to take care of people's health, but it is also paramount for us to ensure food security. This is essential for populations, and this is applicable to the whole world, but especially to Arab countries. At the same time, we also have opportunity to diversify our trade. With cooperation in different areas that are not as traditional as agribusiness, we can do that. For example, we have products in the field of defense, and we also have highly technological products. When we visited the Gulf countries last year with the president, we saw there's a lot of opportunity to expand trade to new areas. It is also important to talk about the potential for investments. We have important sovereign funds in Arab countries in the Brazilian economy, especially with the granting that we have for public-private partnerships, or actually the investment partnership program. Right now, Qatar has already invested in the PPI program, the Investment Partnership Program, with a focus on oil and gas. But we do have these sovereign funds, especially from the Gulf countries, and we are sure that we'll be able to expand this project a lot. We also try to ensure these new investments have a lot of legal soundness. We want to confirm the impression that people have about Brazil, which is true. Their impression is that we have legal safety. This is the message we send to investors. I think this has been made very clear with our project for economic openness and reforms, even throughout the pandemic. As you all know, even during these tough months, we were able to approve in the Congress different mechanisms to open the water and sanitation market in the country. We also have new regulations for natural resources. We are still working on reforms. We don't want to go back to a state-like model as we had in Brazil. We are sure that this is over in our country. And this is very important because it shows that at a high level, we are committed to having reforms and openness in the Brazilian economy. And that's how we'll start receiving more investments. We fully believe in this process. And the pandemic could hinder us if we didn't fully believe in it, but we do. So we keep on working on that. We are also signing investment agreements, and we've signed an agreement for the facilitation of trade with the UAE and Morocco last year. We're always open to new negotiations. We want new agreements and agreements that cater to the needs of the private sector as well. This is key. We need to work not only between governments with the Arab countries, but more and more, we need to understand the priorities and the ideas of the private sector. That is why this kind of discussion during the forum is so important. We are sure that to create new laws and new agreements, we need economic players and governments working together. We don't want the government writing those laws on their own and just presenting it to the private sector. No, we want the opposite. We want to get ideas and solutions from this fruitful exchange that we have every day with the private sector and with the business community in Brazil and in Arab countries. We work on trade promotion very heavily in Arab countries. We have the Brazilian embassies and we have Apex Brazil, which is our exports and investments promotion agency, which works along with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We're very excited with the possibilities that we see opening up to us, not only in direct trade with each one of the Arab countries, but also the trade that we could have through this connection that the Arab world has with other regions in the world. We are talking about a lot of expansion, and we could expand our trade, which could be mutually beneficial. We could have not only bilateral trade, but we could access other regions like Southeast Asia and Africa. We have also promoted other initiatives with our embassy and with other sectors so that we have this idea of creating new opportunities always with us. More and more, we want to deeply understand the opportunities that we have as far as complementing each other's economies goes. So this is a part of the new geometry I'm talking about. We want to negotiate big agreements, but at the same time, we want to be present in the daily operations of companies so that negotiating with Brazil is always an option for these companies, exporters, and importers from the Arab world. We want Brazil to truly be constantly present for these people. We want Brazil to be a part of the recreation of global chains. So this gives us a brief idea of our new attitude before the world. This is what we want. And we believe that we can have more fruitful interactions between Brazil and the whole Arab world. It is through this kind of initiative, like the forum, that we're able to foster dialogue and to create new ideas and more trust, which is key. So once again, congratulations for everyone who has put this event together. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is available to you. I am personally available and my whole team is with the embassies, consulates, and offices abroad because we want to keep on helping you promote this extraordinary relationship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ernesto Araújo. Thank you for being here with us on our second day of event. Now, on behalf of the Minister of Commerce and Industry from Egypt, Ms. Nevin Gamea, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Deputy Minister and Chief of the Commercial Offices in Egypt, Mr. Ahmed Magauri. Good morning. Give us just a few minutes. Ahmed, could you please turn on your mic, sir? Great, thank you. Good morning. On behalf of the Minister of Commerce and Industry of Egypt, Ms. Nivin Gamer, who couldn't be here, I would like to greet everyone. I would also like to voice my thanks to everyone who put together the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum. The fact that there are so many global companies sponsoring this event comes to show how important such initiative is. The title of this event is great. Congratulations on that. I have no doubt that the debates and the initiatives all around the globe will be pivotal, especially during the pandemic. The pandemic has impacted every single country around the globe who had to learn how to deal with this new scenario. In such times, it's important to come up with new ideas so that we can face this challenging reality. And just like before, the new scenario will demand economic foreign trade. Specifically in our region, we had to focus a lot on the technological advances and focus mainly on the main industries, or the ones that were more important to society as a whole, namely drug manufacturing industries. We need human and economic resources to make that happen. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the pandemic, all countries around the globe had to think of new policies to face these challenges. Many agreements ceased to exist. Many others couldn't be enforced because of this situation. That has taken a toll on the African countries. Many projects in Africa were cancelled or are delayed because of this scenario. Some laboratories even stopped their activities. Preventive measures had to be taken to better transport these goods. And that becomes even more important considering the shortage of products we see globally. Ladies and gentlemen, during the pandemic, we had to think of survival strategies. That is an effort that was undertaken by every single country around the globe. Regarding trade, many initiatives were thought of. We wanted to increase trust in international markets and increase the level of transparency regarding government policies. We also wanted to make sure supply was taken to countries who needed it the most. We also wanted to make sure we had the right conditions in place to help trade go about. And finally, we wanted to help companies do businesses. We also supported companies financially, especially those who were going through difficult times. The Egyptian government, due to the pandemic, had to come up with different strategies. The reform that has been going about in Egypt since 2016 was pivotal for us. It helped us face and overcome the pandemic. That included financial aid so that we could increase our economic indicators. That was also important regarding social services. We wanted to make sure we provided our population with the best services we could. So we came up with funding programs for small and medium-sized businesses. These initiatives were essential. Due to this initiative, we managed to save many companies. Of course, the pandemic took a toll on many of these businesses, and the Egyptian government had to take action to save our local economy. We believe we are going the right way. We want to make sure our population is healthy and economically safe. In that regard, the Egyptian Central Bank took important action. We reduced interest rates to 3%. That helped support companies financially. Many other programs were created to help these businesses. Another example of this program had to do with companies that had debts with banks. We wanted to make sure we helped those companies so they didn't stop producing. And also we wanted to prevent prices from going up. Another action we took was to increase the number of working hours. That was so we could make sure transportation could go about smoothly, despite the pandemic. We also increased help to industries. We provided support to the gas industry mainly. We tried to help those companies not increase their prices, or at least keep these prices at the same level as before. All that was done so that we could meet our main goal, which was to make sure people still had their jobs. Production increased by 2% this year. He corrects himself. Production was under 2%. Or rather, there was a 2% decrease in production as compared to last year. Egypt was one of the very few countries that managed to increase its GDP. The GDP went up by 2.5%. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important time, both for Brazil and Arab countries, and this forum comes in handy. We have a pivotal role to play when it comes to imports and exports, especially regarding chemicals and drugs. This role becomes even more important if we consider drugs and vaccines that are to be transported during the pandemic. And that's why this relationship between these two regions may be truly helpful. I think collaboration and exchange programs are fundamental for these two regions. We see that trade between Brazil and Egypt is on the rise. In September last year, taxes were exempted for trade between Brazil and Egypt. And that is a great opportunity for Brazilian investors who are willing to invest in Egypt or in other Arab countries. Egypt is strategically located in the Arab world. With that, I would like to invite Brazilian companies to invest in Egypt and in the Suez Canal region. This is a great location for you to do businesses and trade in the Middle East. The tax exemption policy and the tax reduction policy between the two countries may be truly useful for trade between the two countries. And that is truly important for Brazil and Egypt. We believe this is the foundation so that we can increase trade. There are so many other opportunities. We could exchange technologies, and of course, initiatives regarding renewable energy. Renewable energy efforts have been truly successful in Egypt and are worth more than $3 billion currently. Solar energy is also a very successful project. In Egypt, we managed to reduce consumption rates by 20% due to these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight how important trade is for both countries. Electronic goods are also very important in this regard. Despite external pressures, we see some positive aspects to this year's facts. Our industry has grown by 20%. The increase in the trade of electronics is again very important. Electronic goods are important for many countries, and that includes Brazil. Fostering such trade may help Brazil's economy too. It may also strengthen Egypt's economy. I hope that after this forum, new ways can be paved, and I hope collaboration may increase. I hope trade relations can be strengthened. And I agree with the Minister Ernesto Araújo. I believe both countries have to come up with new mechanisms so that we can increase trust. I would like to say that I am at your full service. I'm willing to help the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce so that we can reach the outcomes we expect. Thank you very much on behalf of the Minister of Commerce and Industry of Egypt. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed Magauri. Thank you for being here with us. Trade relations with Egypt is very important, especially considering tax reduction or tax exemption policies. Now, we're going to learn a bit more about our ELOS platform by the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, which will totally change the way we run commercial transactions.
A interconectividade chegou para mudar o mundo que você conhece e nos levar a um lugar nunca antes imaginado. Desenvolvido pela Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira, utilizando a tecnologia blockchain, a plataforma ELOS vai revolucionar o modo como as transações comerciais entre brasileiros e árabes são feitas. Exportadores e importadores terão disponíveis funcionalidades para facilitar e agilizar seu dia a dia com garantia de segurança, confiabilidade e rastreabilidade em suas transações. Ofertar produtos e serviços e encontrar suas demandas, agendar reuniões, receber estudos personalizados, ler notícias e conhecer os mercados brasileiro e árabe com profundidade são apenas alguns dos serviços disponíveis nesta nova e revolucionária plataforma de negócios. Antes burocráticos, os processos de exportação e importação envolviam grandes movimentações de papéis. O ELOS elimina a necessidade de papéis, transformando os processos eletronicamente com um sistema de integração via blockchain, de forma automatizada, gerando ganho de tempo e diminuindo custos. Governos brasileiros e árabes, entidades certificadoras, empresas de logística e serviços, entre outros, fazem parte de uma mesma rede, garantindo que todos interajam e o processo seja realizado em conformidade com todas as partes envolvidas no ciclo. O próximo passo é integrar toda a cadeia produtiva ao ELOS, para que seja possível o rastreio do produto desde o início da sua produção até as mãos do consumidor, onde poderá verificar todos os pontos da produção, garantindo assim a segurança na fabricação daquele produto. Bem-vindo ao futuro. Bem-vindo ao ELOS.
Well, now to give us more details on this news, let's welcome the Secretary General and CEO of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Tamer Mansour. Good morning, Mr. Mansour. Hello, good morning. Tell us a bit more about the differentiators of this brand new platform. We could learn a lot from the video. I mean, processes will be streamlined. There will be a reduction in red tape. What can you tell you, Mr. Mansour? Well, good morning. Thank you. And it's a true honor for us to be here and to hear from the Chancellor on the importance of digitization efforts. Digitization efforts and partnerships were done with Jordan so that we could create electronic processes. We did that to make sure we had safe and secure processes in place. And then the pandemic came about. But if there was something positive about the pandemic, I think that was the reduction of red tape and the increase in digitization efforts. So we created a complete platform on blockchain. We had two main goals. First, our members and related institutions will now be able to schedule B2B meetings. They will have an online agenda and schedule, and they will be able to portray their products virtually. However, blockchain comes as a whole new world. We're going to start a pilot project with Jordan. Everything is ready to go already, and I would like to voice my thanks to our partners who are about to sign this document. Now, this document will be important for everyone, not only for governments and importers. We work to cater to the needs of the end consumers. There will be two steps to this process. First, we want to make sure Arab consumers will know exactly what they buy from Brazil. We want to make sure this process is transparent, and they will also be able to know if products are halal or not. Good. That's the upside of the pandemic, right? Sustainability efforts, food safety efforts. These are very important. And transparency and trust become increasingly important at such times. We are sure that many new deals will be closed due to these efforts. So Jordan is part of the pilot project, but there is still a lot more to come, right, Mr. Mansour? That is correct. Thank you very much. See you soon. And now, we're going to sign the Blockchain Integration Memorandum. It is my honor to welcome the President of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce to stage, Mr. Rubens Hanon. Good morning, Mr. Hanon. Good morning. How are you? I would like to virtually welcome the President of the Brazilian Association of Animal Protein, Mr. Ricardo Santin. Good morning, Ms. Renata. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, dear colleagues at the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. This is going to be a very important act. We're here at the ABPA Association. We also have the chair of the Brazilian Association of Exporting Industries for Meat, Mr. Antonio Jorge Carmadelli. Good morning, everyone. This is such a pleasure. A new era is now beginning. We're excited to have this partnership between the ABEC, ABPA, and the Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. 1 out of 4 kilograms of beef that we export from Brazil is taken to Arab countries, which comes to show how important this memorandum will be. So congratulations, everyone. Let's make sure we expand this initiative to other countries. Thank you. We also have the Commercial Manager of Tradelands, Mr. Nicholas Buchmann. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
From the Tradelands point of view, delighted to sign this collaboration agreement with the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce today. We are united in our desire to digitize global trade, and we see this as the foundation for great collaboration going forward.
Conosco também o presidente da CDAL Halal.
President of CDIAL Halal, Mr. Ahmed Ali Saifi. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for putting together this event. Thank you, Mr. Rubens Hanan, especially. Here we have the president from FAMBRAS, Dr. Mohammed Hussein El Zagbi. Welcome, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President Hanan. Thank you, everyone from the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and congratulations on this event. I would like to greet Mr. Ernesto Araujo, Dr. Ahmed Mahagawi, and I would like to tell you that FAMBRAS is eager to support any initiative that comes to prove the security and quality of halal products. We want to make sure we have traceability to all these products. This transparent relationship with our end consumers, especially in Islamic and Arab countries, has made us the main exporter of halal products all around the globe. We want to make sure we increase production. And this is a win-win situation for halal producers and halal consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very special, very important moment. I would like to ask you to please sign the Memorandum of Understanding right now. We also have the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce's president here, Mr. Rubens Hanan. So please, let's all sign it together. And of course, we'd like to ask everyone to show us the page so that we take a nice picture of this special and interesting moment. This is definitely going to be a landmark for the progress that Brazil is going to make with the whole Arab world. Dr. Hanoun, congratulations for this initiative. We would love to hear from you, and we'd love to hear from our guests as well. Yes, of course. Before we thank them, we'd like to give our partners the opportunity of saying a few words. Of course, let's start with Mr. Santin. Mr. Santin, what do you think about this new path? We are talking about a relationship of loyalty with the Brazilian Animal Protein Association. Can you please tell us a little bit about animal protein and exports to the Arab world? What does this mean for that? Yes, Renata, this is a great opportunity for us to grow and to consolidate this collaboration. President Hanoun, the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and our certifiers with Ali and Mohammed know that we exported more than 1.1 million tons to the Arab world between January and October. We're talking about 44,000 trucks or 2 billion American dollars. And we started in 1974 with one container to Kuwait. We've grown the operations, and we've had the support of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and our certifiers. This was very important, and we are now going into a new world in modern times with blockchain, and we have safe operations in our relationship to know that we offer food security to Arab countries through mutual collaboration between our country and their region. We are extremely proud of that, and we think this is very important. That is why right off the bat, when they talked to us about it, we supported this initiative. President Hanun, thank you and congratulations because you've always strengthened the links between ABPA and CCAB. Excellent. Yes, it is a collaboration of food security. Mr. Kamardelli, tell us a little bit about your expectations when it comes to this document. Well, as I've said before, we've wanted this for a long time. You see, the organizations that are signing this document proposed by the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce have gradually seen how important it is to connect these goals through food. Food security is something very important for our relationship. We always need to have exports, and we need to open and expand markets even further. More than ever, we saw that we needed to facilitate this process. We started a while ago trying to find electronic seals. We also wanted to simplify this process because red tape entails costs for the whole industry. So right now, we are not signing just a document, but this is a dream come true for this industry. We truly hope that our first export done through the new platform will be inspirational. And this will be great for our great relationships, for our guarantees, and for continued business in the future. As I've said, this is extremely important for us. 1 out of every 4 kilograms that we export go into the Arab world right now. 1 out of every 4 that we export from the Brazilian Beef Exporters Association. So this is truly a landmark today. Congratulations to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, to ABPA, and to the certifiers, because we're going through tough times and this is a great step towards the future. Thank you very much. Stay safe, and thank you for including us in this collaboration. That is beautiful. It is a dream come true. Mr. Bowman is also with us. So what does this mean for you?
Well, I think for us as Tradelands, this is an important milestone in our effort to connect the entire ecosystem around global trade. For those of you who don't know, Tradelands is an industry-wide initiative started by Maersk and IBM. But the good news is that I can share that here a few days ago, we've actually also completed our integration with shipping lines CMA and MSC. And these shipping lines, together with a lot of terminals around the world, with a lot of customs authorities around the world, with a lot of importers and exporters around the world, all follow the ambition of working together in a more streamlined, more digital way. And we believe that sharing data with our business partners helps all of us in global trade to work together more efficiently. And that's why it's also important to have collaborations, like in this case with the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and the other organizations involved in the supply chain to exchange data. And therefore, this MOU is an important milestone and an important foundation for all the great collaboration that we'll have going forward. Thank you.
Com certeza.
Yes, I am sure of that. We're going to be even more connected through this MOU. And now we have Mr. Ahmad Ali Saifi. Mr. Saifi, please tell us what this MOU means for you. Mr. Saifi, can you hear us? This is a great day for us. We are very happy with this idea. It really gives the importance that this system needs for halal food. with all of its relevance in the 21st century. It brings us opportunities and easier trade. I would like to thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for offering that to us. I think the Chamber has included stakeholders that are really important for the system. With this new system, we'll be able to be faster. I fully support the initiative, and I think this will have great impact for us in the future. And of course, this kind of initiative makes everything faster. Thank you very much once again, and the CDIAOL is available to you. Yes, I am sure we're going to further our collaboration even more with this kind of tool. Now I hand it over to Mr. El-Zogby. Mr. El-Zogby, what do you think about this initiative? Thank you very much. Congratulations for this initiative. We've always wanted this project to go ahead. I would like to summarize it through a few important points. We have transparency in processes, safety, savings, quickness, and competitiveness. These are 5 things that we have gained today. These are 5 things that have been brought about through this collaboration. God willing, this work will be very fruitful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, it is about transparency and competitiveness. And before we conclude this session, I ask you to once again show us the signed piece of paper, because we want to take a picture of this beautiful moment of the signing of the MOU. This is going to be a special moment for the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and for everyone involved in this process. Everyone will remember this moment in trade and business, because this is about the close relationship we are building. Renata, I would like to thank all of our partners. These partners have accepted our initiative. Congratulations. And you see, they've expressed it really well. We were talking about dreams and about the future, but the future is here. With blockchain and the Allos platform, we are talking about building the future, but we are doing it right now. So congratulations. I would also like to say that I was really happy to hear what Minister Ernesto Araújo said, because it seems the Brazilian administration is in alignment with this kind of goal. We also heard the Egyptian ministry saying the same thing. I would like to thank the Jordanese government. And a year ago, me and Mr. Mansour were talking about it. He really believed this initiative would work. He got in touch with everyone, and now we were able to do it together. And Jordan was our first partner. They believed in it. They tested it. And now we are making it happen with everyone. We are truly, truly happy to see that. Thank you very much for your support and congratulations. And let's go ahead, because the future won't wait for us. Yes, the future is now, Mr. Hanun. Thank you very much. Now we are going to watch a short video on today's topic. We will be talking about perspectives for Brazil and Arab countries in the new global scenario.
Pois é, daremos início agora.
And now we are going to start today's panel. And our topic is actually a question: a new order of international business? Our moderator will be the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers, Mr. Khaled Hanafi from Egypt. And these are our panelists. Director General of Orient Planet, Mr. Nidal Abu Zaki from the UAE. The founder of Innova House, Ms. Juliana Martinelli from Brazil. Good morning. Good morning. Executive Director of C4IR Brazil, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Mr. Lucas Câmara from Brazil. The CEO and founder of Crescent Rating, Mr. Fazal Bahardan from Singapore. The co-founder and managing partner of Fari and DisrupTech, Mr. Mohamed Akasha from Egypt. And Secretary General of the Moroccan Food Exports Control and Coordination Organization, Mr. Najib Al-Azouzi from Morocco. So let's get started with our panel. Welcome. I now hand it over to you.
And good afternoon for those attending from the other side of the earth. I think that we are going to start a very interesting panel because the panel is really consistent with the slogan of this event, which is the future. We are going to talk today about some issues related to digitalization, blockchain, fourth industrial revolution. I believe that the panelists that I have the honor to share with them this panel, each one of them has something to add and relate it directly to the theme of the panel, the theme of the conference itself. Of course, all of us understand that the world has changed dramatically, and the acceleration of change was very clear after the COVID-19. But we witnessed this changes like more than 4 or 5 years ago when we started to talk about the fourth industrial revolution, when we started to talk about the artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, when we started to talk about the 3D printing. Also, we are now talking about how can we implement and apply the digitalization in all the aspects of our lives. Not only the very simplified linear one, which is the e-commerce, but also all the logistics and supply chain. So we need to digitalize the issues starting from the pre-production till after consumption and all the chain, including the production, the logistics, transportation, insurance, inspection, marketing, payment, all the aspects till the consumer behavior, till the satisfaction of the consumer, how to make the link between the mass consumers and the mass producers, how to make the matching among all parties and players that exist around the globe. This issue is not very easy, but we started to recognize that in different places around the globe, people started to think of solutions. Yes, we're about to witness something new, like what we witnessed in 1995 when we started to talk about the globalization, the internet, this revolution in 1995. took time to get implemented and accepted by everybody. I believe that now we're witnessing another revolution, but I believe it will be more faster. I will save some of my comments and my introduction after hearing each of the panelists, and I will comment after each of them. First, we are going to start with Nidal Abuzaki, the Director General of Orient Planet. The floor is yours.
Voice problem. Actually, there is no voice. Can somebody sort this issue? Hello. Hi. Okay. Hello.
Nidal?
Can anybody hear me? Hello. Can you hear? Hello. Hello. Can you sort out the voice problem? You can hear me now? Yes, we can hear you now. Does everybody can hear? So we can start. Yes, yes.
Sim, por favor.
So who's next now? Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers, Arab Brazil Chamber of Commerce. I would like to welcome everybody to this session. And I hope that my voice is clear, because of the voice issue. We cannot still hear anything. Okay, so basically, we were supposed to do this event in Sao Paulo. Can you please go back to the first slide? We were supposed to do this session in Sao Paulo in April, and because of the pandemic, now we are doing it in October over video. So this is a kind of a symbol of how the world has changed in the past few months. So as you know that this unexpected pandemic has caused a lot of disruption in the world of business and I think in our lives. We have a lot of challenges like travel restrictions and then engagement of employees to work under new circumstances. I think every business in the world is facing some kind of issue. Maintaining cash flow and liquidity is a problem, especially with the highly affected sectors. Reorienting operations and business strategies can be a huge task, and the slowdown in production lines and business continuity. So these are some of the challenges. Next, please. That we are facing. Of course, this pandemic has changed the way that we live and then has changed the way that we do business. So I think that from what we see from our customers, we have to be more intelligent and interactive as a business community. We have to depend more on market intelligence and on data-driven decisions. We are not able to make decisions in the way that we used to do it before. I think the old way of doing business, the traditional way, is becoming over, and then we are moving more to a more complicated, sophisticated, interactive, and data-driven, business decisions. So most businesses now realize the importance of having an interactive platform to communicate and interact with customers, whether through e-commerce, video conferencing, mobile apps, social media, or cloud-enabled access. I think that now we have to change the way that we do business. Next, please. So we understand that now we are not able to travel and conduct business in the same way. However, we can use on a strong IT platform, technology platform, and this is definitely creating its own advantages and disadvantages. So from one hand, that yes, things are becoming easy to interact as we are interacting now from different countries, from different platforms. But at the end of the day, we are talking to each other, although we are geographically very far from each other. And then it's putting a challenge on transparency because at the end of the day, working online and digitally is putting some challenges because how to sign contracts, how to negotiate, how to physically see each other, how we are going to meet and interact. So this is going to be a kind of a new business model, which is going to be a hybrid one because it's not all of it is moving digital, but somehow we have to live with a hybrid system where sometimes we can meet and do things in a traditional way, and sometimes we have to go digital and then into a more flexible and easy accessibility to the customers. So the IT platform that we are working with now, actually there's a lot of noise. I cannot hear properly. I'm not sure if the audience can hear me. So can you move next, please? Yes. So basically, as we are moving into a kind of a sharing society, no, you have skipped one slide. Can you go back? Hello? Okay. So basically, yes. So here, as you see that we have to optimize digital channels, I think that when we interact in terms of business, we have to go into a digital platform and then develop digital marketing strategies, which are becoming more sophisticated as we are depending on them more. Actually, if we can, the organizers can sort out the voice issue because it's very noisy. I don't know who's opening the microphone. So we are moving to a more sophisticated customer base, and we have to find new rules and regulations, how to map our customer journey, and how we are really going to deal with different kind of customers, and then manage their unique needs. And then, to prove this method that 92% of consumers in UAE and Saudi Arabia being the two most important countries in the region and most powerful purchasing power. 92% of the consumers are going online, and they have changed the shopping habits during the pandemic, and then the way that they deal with brands and loyalty to brands. Also, loyalty to brands is becoming very challenging. This is opening the new way for Brazilian products here, for example, to find a way, because nowadays that as the habits of the people is changing, it's depending on different factors: the availability of the product, the reliability, the price, and so on. So this is a new way for Brazilian projects in the region, and it's a new way also for some products from the Arab world to Brazil. Can you move to the second slide, please? So basically, we are moving now to a new era where, we have time for creative engagement, how we are going to do work in the Arab world. Now we understand that we moved in a digital way, in a big way in the next few months. However, the challenge is that some Arab markets are not capable to go into a digital platform at the moment. So I think that we have to understand in the business world that not everybody can move to a digital platform quickly. So this is going to put challenges on businesses that they have to do a double system, one system to with some markets, and to go and deal with it in the physical way like before, in a traditional way, and then we have to also accept that some of the markets, mainly the GCC markets and Egypt, have moved into a digital platform, and then we have to deal with them in the new method. So I think that both companies have to deal with both channels at the moment until we have a clearer image how we are going to do business in the future. And then establishing stronger relationship through digital means done by forming online forums. I understand that before a traditional way that there was trade missions from Brazil to here, from the Arab world to Brazil, which is definitely helping to establish good relationship between companies from both sides. Nowadays, since that we are not able to travel, I think that the challenge is that how we are going to develop these kind of relationship in a digital way. And then we have to make sure that there will be a kind of a new rules and a new legal form on how we do this. I think before this session, they were signing an agreement. Before that, signing an agreement means people will meet physically on one table and sign. So this is a sign how the world is changing. So digital signature and digital platforms and digital communication is becoming a new buzz in our world. And then I think that we have to move and accept this quickly. And then engaging customers and clients in a creative manner in terms of presenting information, market data, research, and business concepts is also becoming a challenge, because nowadays people cannot go and see your market physically, and they cannot go and visit your company, and they cannot go and visit your factory. So now everything is done digitally. That's why I think that we have to really all develop a strong digital platform and present ourselves digitally. And then how we present ourselves digitally is going to be perceived by the client as this is our reality. Can you move to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yes. So now we have to be smart and flexible, harness the power of data. I think the one good thing about data collection and the new era of digital is that, accessing data is becoming easy. Measuring the power of our message is becoming easy. And then, analyzing our customer base and making sure that, we tackle to the needs of customers in different regions, because I think also Brazil is not one single market, because maybe the north is different than the south, and then the products that are required for Sao Paulo are different than the products that are required in Brasilia. Same thing here. The products that are required by Egypt are different maybe than the products that are more suitable for the GCC. So we have to really analyze our data and then be smart when it's coming to making decisions. And then we have to be also smart in advertising and how we are going to present ourselves and how we are going to spend our marketing budget to target our unique customer base. Can move to the next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, so I think one of the advantages of course, we spoke about the challenges, about the problem. Now I'm going to speak about the great opportunities. I think one of the advantages of this pandemic is that Brazil is really becoming closer to the Arab world for the first time ever. Because before, I think that the long distance and the expenses for traveling from here to Brazil, from Brazil to the Arab world, it was a hindrance. Now everything is becoming digital. So Brazil, for the first time, is eliminating the geographical distance, and then we are becoming closer. So this is definitely opening the way to Brazilian business community to become closer to us, and our business community also to become closer to Brazil. In terms of saving time, energy, and resources. And meeting can be arranged over videos so that we can have more video calls, we can have more focus groups. And I think that we as business community, we can classify ourselves into different categories and create some focused groups, because I think that one of the disadvantages of general exhibitions is that they are too general. I think over the internet now we can create focus groups that people from the same business background and same interest, they can talk to each other in an easier way. So I think this is one of the advantages. Next, please. So again, when I went to Brazil 2 years back to speak about the same conference, which happened in Sao Paulo, I went into Sao Paulo markets and I've seen the Brazilian economy, and apparently you have definitely a lot of core industries. Traditionally, Brazil is a major exporter to the region in terms of food products and agribusiness. But I think that Brazil is having more capacity to deal with the Arab world in terms of different vertical industries, like oil and gas, cosmetics, different kind of business lines. And I think that we still have a great opportunity to develop a relationship between the Arab world and Brazil, apart from the agri-food business, by creating maybe new methods of business connection, by creating different kind of subgroups under the chamber to tackle different kind of vertical markets. And I think that during this time, we have great opportunity to develop business matchmaking opportunities through focus groups, through online channels, and then form small groups and meetings and one-to-one sessions among various business segments. So this is how I think we can create a better business trade between our both nations. Next, please. Yes, so again, I think that I would recommend that to increase the business channels so that we can, benefit from each other's opportunities. So we have in the Arab world also a lot of smart companies. There are a lot of opportunities in Egyptian IT sector to export to Brazil, as an example. There are a lot of products in many Arab countries that are, I think, suitable for the Brazilian market. Same thing, that there are a lot of sectors in Brazil that they really didn't tap the opportunities that are available for us in the Arab world. One thing that I've noticed is that, the efforts for the Brazilian brands, I don't know how many Brazilian brands are with us in this session, but I think that one of the great opportunities for you is to do your individual efforts, because I think that the whole effort till now has been driven by the government and by the Arab Brazil Chamber of Commerce. I think individual Brazilian brands have great opportunity to develop their presence here and to do their own marketing activities, and then to develop new business channels and see who can be their partner here, apart from the agribusiness channel, which is, I think, it's very well developed, and the trade between the two nations is more than $8 billion annually. Next, please. So again, we have a wealth between our two nations. It's called the Arab Brazilians. It's a fact that we have 8 million Arab Brazilians who can really establish a sustainable bridge between our two nations because, of the two different cultures. And I think that these 8 million Arab Brazilians can form a kind of a strong bridge between the two nations. And I would suggest that we can really develop a new way of doing, maybe of working with each other, not only on terms of business only, but culture, tourism, business, art. So we really have the opportunity to integrate better during this pandemic using the digital channel. So I think that this is, if we use it properly between the two nations, we can benefit from it, and then we can create really a more integration between our two nations, and then establishing a platform to strengthen the relationship. Talent, also we can adapt more Brazilian talent here, and then again, Brazil can adapt more, benefit from more capabilities from the Arab world and more talent when they deal, with different industries, especially what's related to the Arab world. Next, please. I need 1 more minute and my presentation will be over. So, yes. So export and exchange knowledge, again, like we think that, we can really drive knowledge and technology between our two nations, and it's becoming like quite obvious that anything related to artificial intelligence and IT is becoming of great value. And then I think that the both nations can benefit from the technological development of each other. Can you go to the final slide, please? So again, I think that the future is knowledge economy, as you know, and I think that both nations have some capabilities in this field. I would suggest that we need to think of how we can do educational programs, how we can do integration between IT companies here and in Brazil, and then exploring the opportunities, how we can work on the knowledge economy. So this comes to my presentation is coming to an end. So thank you for listening. We have time limitations, so I would like to thank you all, and then we are open for questions when the moderators.
Sorry?
Thank you very much,
Hello?
Mr. Nidal. Hello?
Like this?
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
This?
Thank you very much, Mr. Nidal, for your interesting presentation. Actually, you showed that there are some challenges and opportunities regarding the current era, and you highlighted some of the challenges in terms of the signatures, in terms of having digital catalogs, in terms of having segregation of the customers, having segmentation. On the other sides, you showed that there are some opportunities, specifically regarding Brazil. Now Brazil is really close to the Arab world than before because of the digital connection. Now we are going to move to Juliana Martinelli from Brazil, founder of Innova House 3D. Please make your presentation as short as possible in around 5 minutes. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Bom dia.
Good morning. Can you hear me well? First and foremost, I would like to thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to be here. It is always an honor and a pleasure to talk about the journey and the pioneering spirit of Innova House 3D in Latin America, especially when we talk about fostering business with Arab countries, because Dubai right now is the biggest driver for 3D printing in civil construction. Innova House 3D developed the first 3D model for concrete in Latin America. We worked with partners from the northeast of Brazil in the city of Natal, and we were able to build the first 3D house in the country. Right now, we want to leverage the use of this technology in our region, including Latin America and all over the world. In 2020, we also finished a few projects that are going to be executed in 2021 when it comes to using this technology for civil construction. Initially, we're going to work domestically. However, we are negotiating a few projects so that we can take this technology that has been developed in Brazil to other places of the world. Let me tell you why what we have developed is special. Because of costs. We tried to create cheap, accessible technology that could help us have civil construction both for affordable housing and for high-level housing. With Innova 3D today, we want to have people with housing issues because this is a serious issue in our country. As we see in the UN, this is also a problem worldwide. However, we also want to have versatility in the geometry that we need for higher class or fancier houses. With 3D technology, we allow for that kind of versatility. We can also optimize processes that we already have in the construction industry. Brazil does not have automation in civil construction as other countries do. That is why oftentimes we face a cultural barrier to use this kind of technology in more basic processes. So these are our challenges. And according to what Dr. Nidal said, We need to think about integration between Brazil and Arab countries. And Inova House 3D is open to work with technological transfer. We want to take everything that we have developed here and our knowledge and our materials to other countries as well. We don't work only with concrete. We work with technology, we work with machinery, and we work with other materials. I think we have an opportunity to be open to other countries and to exchange experience and technologies with them. That's applicable especially when we talk about the youth. This project was born within a university and it was created and fostered by young people. We also see that all over the world there is a trend of 3D printing in civil construction, and it is the young generation that is fostering that. I think we can bring this kind of innovation that was created and fostered by the young community, both in Brazil and Arab countries.
Pois é, bom, nós estamos aqui então.
All right. We are now waiting for Mr. Khalid Hanafi to come back to the session so that he can be the moderator. This is a very interesting project created by a Brazilian company. And as Ms. Martinelli said, this is a national project that could have an impact on Arab markets. Mr. Hanafi is back with us.
I'm here. Okay. So now we are going to move to our third panelist, Mr. Lucas Camara from Brazil. He's Executive Director of C4IR. The floor is yours.
Bom, obrigado. Bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite a todos que nos assistem.
Afternoon and good evening if you are watching us from all over the world. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for holding this event. I'm extremely happy that I am here with you today because I truly admire and respect Arab culture. I am actually the CEO of C4IR, which is a think tank, a think and do think, and a part of the global network of the Davos Economic Forum. We have the US, Norway, Japan, India, but Brazil also has centers in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Let me give you a bit of context. In 2016, Professor Schwab wrote a book. On this book, he wrote about the struggles that every country all over the world has been facing to regulate emerging technologies. And our challenge is to avoid that only a few focus all of these technologies in their hands, leaving other countries behind of the benefits or leaving other countries without the benefits that they have to offer. We have other countries like the US who are very innovative, but they have been struggling too. A flagship challenge that they have faced was that precisely a few years ago, even American companies owned by Americans didn't get certificates for experimental drone flights. And because of that, one of these big retail companies in the US actually went to other countries in the world to test drone delivery. And this is the biggest benefit of new technologies. Countries can have a leapfrog. They can have this huge leap in technology and they can quickly attract new investments. Let me tell you what we want to do in Brazil. In Brazil, the center is a public public-private partnership. We have the federal administration, the state government, and a few sponsoring companies. Our goal is to get some of these technologies like the Internet of Things, data policies, and AI, and make sure that Brazil and its companies are able to adopt these technologies at a large scale. Think about a pyramid. At the base of the pyramid, you have the Internet of Things, IoT. This is how we capture data, and more data about things instead of personal data have regulated the world. However, we also need to regulate how this data is going to be used because it is about safety and privacy. We also need to think about the quality of this data. There can't be a bias to this data, and we need to make sure that at the top of the pyramid where we have AI, we're able to deliver high-quality, concrete results. Let me give you an example of what we are doing in Brazil. We are trying to figure out how to help Brazilian companies use IoT during their operations. Of course, we face a number of challenges, and I'd like to share them with everyone who is listening. And by the way, people face these challenges not only in Brazil, but also in Germany and other countries of the world. A McKinsey study shows that almost 75% of the digital transformation that companies are implementing do not lead to concrete results. But there is still time. However, we can't be too late to the game because we may end up losing space to companies that are faster than us. But let me come back to Brazil. We need to get ready for the trade agreements that we have. We have Mercosur, and Minister Araújo earlier on said that we recently signed a protocol with the US. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Brazilian companies, and we need to improve our productivity and our competitiveness. Now, through the IoT, the Internet of Things, and through appropriate use of data analytics, we're going to stop or reduce breakdowns and include productivity as a whole. The pandemic has accelerated this process, not only in Brazil, but all over the planet. I am sure that we are going to get over this pandemic. I am sure we'll find a vaccine. We're making strides, and we are still at a critical stage, and we need to be careful, but we're going to get over it. However, we are not going to get over the fourth industrial revolution. And it is indeed a revolution because it is going to change how the country's economies work. And the faster a country can migrate its economy into the new revolution, the better. It is also important to stress the need for collaboration. Countries need to do their homework, and they need to find a roadmap on how to help these companies transition into the new economy. And they want not only to reduce costs, but it's important to find new business models. We have this servicization of the industry. No industries are going to work only in their sectors or their segments. They are not only going to sell products, but they will need to figure out how to provide services. Trade relationships are not going to stop when a product is delivered. It is about support. It is about predictive maintenance. It is about a lot of things that we need to keep business going and to have long-lasting trade relationships. And another point is collaboration. This virus does not accept artificial barriers like the borders we have between countries. And technology does not respect that as well, especially data. Data is flowing freely between borders. And more countries all over the world are approving data protection laws. That is why it is very important for countries to collaborate to find the best ecosystem possible. Oftentimes, we say that data is the new oil. I wouldn't say that. You know why? Because you can only use oil once, but actually you can use data many times. Data, well, you never run out of it. So this is the work that we are doing in Brazil right now. We are helping the federal government and the state government of São Paulo find these tools to deal with concrete cases. I know we have a limited amount of time and we are running a little bit late, but I can tell you that companies do not know how to purchase these technologies, because in the past you'd go to the supermarket, you'd look at the shelf, you would purchase a piece of machinery, and that's it. But now you need to have the internal capacity to even know what to purchase and to not rely only on big IT consultants. Oftentimes you need a $5 SIM card and you're going to get beautiful analysis of efficiency for your machine, but you don't know what to buy or what software to use. And when you hire an advisory firm, you spend a lot of money with them. So we want to build a capability building ecosystem. We need to have technical personnel. Yes, it is important to have PhD holders in data science, but we need to build technical knowledge so that these people can work in an ecosystem where we have the Industry 4.0 world. We need to work at a low cost, catering to a large number of companies. So these are some of the challenges we have here. That's what I wanted to share with you initially. I also want to leave you with a brief message about a very important change we need to bear in mind. The Global Economic Forum has been talking about 4 pillars. Number 1, changing our mindset. We need to collaborate more. We need to be less individualistic. To face the global challenges, we need cooperation. The second pillar is new success metrics. GDP is not enough. The GDP hides a lot of internal issues that are not appropriate enough to measure success. Number 3, we need to find new incentives. We have environment and social governance. And the ESG shows that we are going through fundamental changes from a shareholder capitalism, which is focused on owners and profit, into a stakeholder capitalism, where we take every stakeholder into account. Nowadays, when companies do not care about that, and when they only think about the bottom line, they may lose brand value because of issues they may have with other stakeholders. And the fourth and last pillar is how to truly create connection between people. We need to build trust. We need to work on that. And once again, congratulations for this forum, because this is essential, especially for the international business community, because we need to foster and build these ties that are necessary for new technology to come into society in an appropriate way and in a very broad distribution. That's how we'll be able to overcome challenges. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to be here with you today. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very interesting model that you showed regarding the public-private partnership, and very interesting model in Brazil when we talk about the 4th industrial revolution. You highlighted very interesting thing, which is the shift from just the cost reduction to a new business model. We really need a new business model because we are witnessing a new world under the new revolution. Thank you for this. Also, the GDP is not perfect. We need another more perfect measure of the welfare of people, of societies. So the imperfection in the GDP should be treated through the 4th industrial revolution. The pyramid that takes us from the Internet of Things till the artificial intelligence through having customization to customers is really another interesting thing. Talking about something very interesting when we're talking shifting from the shareholders to the stakeholders. This is something really interesting, and that's the beauty of the 4.0. Thank you very much. And now we are going to move to the next speaker, Fazal Bahraddin from Singapore, the CEO of Crescent Freighting. The floor is yours.
How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello? All right.
Hear
Okay.
you?
Okay, great. Okay. So I had a few slides. I'm not sure whether we have the time to run through quickly the slides, if they can show them. Yes, so here we are. We are a company pretty much focused on the travel industry, and as you all know, probably the industry worst hit by the COVID crisis. So I'm going to I had a few slides, but due to the time factor, I'll try and accelerate the slides. So I'm going to briefly talk about the impact of the COVID-19 on the travel market, and in particular on the Muslim travel market, which is our focus for the last almost 12 years. Next slide. Yes, please. Yes. So I think just to put things into perspective, I think if you look at on the travel industry in 2019, our challenges were very different. We were talking about over tourism, overcrowding. We were worried about how to increase yield. Sustainable tourism was a big thing. And then we were hit with 2020, and then we are suddenly faced with a completely different set of challenges when it comes to travel. We are in lockdown, borders are closed, how to manage the pandemic, vaccines, a whole lot of other issues that the travel industry is now faced with. And then I think most challenging for the whole travel industry is what's the future. I think when it comes to the travel industry itself, there are so many unknowns than knowns. That's the reality of it. We do not know when we will get to some level of normalcy, whether it's going to be 2021, 2022. And I think that's one aspect. The second important aspect is how will the traveler behavior, consumer behavior change when it comes to travel, especially in the short to medium term. There's a possibility that in the long term that we might go back to some level of what we were in travel in 2019, but especially in the short to medium term, there are so many unknowns how travelers will behave. And then we are now on top of that faced with, even from the short to medium term, how do you get back visitor confidence? How do you restore trust? How do you make safety for travelers? So, we are, I think travel industry is facing huge amount of challenges. So what, we have been, if you go to the next slide, please. We have been, we do a lot of stuff. Our main focus is, helping governments and travel stakeholders on the travel and tourism sector, how to improve, and we have a lot of other services. But we also have for the last 6-7 years, we have been working with MasterCard to jointly release reports on the travel industry, on different aspects of the travel industry. And we just released a report about 2 months ago on the travel. It's called the Travel Readiness Report, on how, what the destinations could do in terms of understanding the issues that we have and preparing for the future. Next slide, please. So I'm going to briefly talk about that report, some highlights of that report, which is just released a couple of months ago. This is the 18th report that we are releasing with MasterCard, jointly with MasterCard. Our earlier reports are generally on the Muslim market. All the 17 reports have been on different aspects of the Muslim travel market. That's our main expertise. But this particular report was looking beyond that because the COVID impact is, of course, beyond the Muslim travel market itself. Next slide, please. So as I said, I'm going to try and speed it up. So the report, our earlier reports are more on specific data, specific surveys, how the behavior and things like that. But this particular report was more on providing the stakeholders, destinations, different tools, different frameworks to build their own growth paths. Because as I said, there are so much of unknowns out there, so we don't have a solution a concrete solution for everyone. So I think it depends on different countries, how they're managing their travel industry. Please go back. I just need to explain one there, and then we'll rush to the next one. Go back, please. Yeah. Yes, so this is the framework that we have built. So we have looked at the travel readiness drivers. What are the key drivers that you need to sort of manage? What are the different phases, both in terms of travel opening up and also in terms of growth, recovery and growth phases. And based on that, we built some simulated some paths of travel. When will it come back? What are the different scenarios? And then we looked at, okay, these are the drivers, these are the phases, this is what we are faced with in terms of the travel recovery path. And so what can we do? Those are the recommendation injections. So that's what the report is all about. A lot of tools, a lot of models, a lot of frameworks. I won't have the time to go through all of them, but I'll rush through the slides quickly. Next one, please. So in terms of travel readiness drivers, basically there are three things to sort of manage, look at, and understand. One is the health management issue, which is not the focus of the report. We are not health experts. The other is the travel economy itself. There are a lot of stuff in the report on looking at the travel economy from travel opening up point of view, and most importantly, consumer behavior. I think that's the key. How will the consumers behave when? There are a lot of studies going on. We have done a lot of studies. Mastercard does a lot of studies, understanding what's going on now. But still, for all, there are many unknowns out there in terms of consumer behavior, how the COVID will impact medium to long-term consumer behavior when it comes to travel. So that's one area we look at, and I think it's important to look at in any destination. Next one, please. In terms of travel phases opening up, so there are, people are talking about, 3, maybe 4 different phases of opening up. Domestic tourism, everybody's trying to open up domestic tourism. And then the next stage is, of course, create what they call travel bubbles, travel corridors, green lanes, so many different names out there. We see that happening, and it's just, I'm sitting in Singapore, and Hong Kong just created a travel bubble, agreed on a travel bubble just this week. So there is that next level of opening up, and then regional tourism. Both domestic tourism and travel bubbles are not going to save the tourism industry, because they are, first of all, domestic tourism is low yield anyway. Travel bubbles are very, very, very limited in the ability to really generate revenue. So I think the real injection to impetus to travel will really only start if we can open up regional tourism and international tourism, which is generally a long haul tourism, and that's going to be, for some, it will take some time. Next slide, please. Yes. So we also identified 4 phases of growth, and I think this is important to understand, because I think it's important the businesses, especially the travel businesses, understand this and really prepare for the future. Because if you don't understand, and if you have different view of how the recovery and phase is going to take place, especially smaller travel businesses, it will be very difficult to survive. So we have looked at different 4 phases of recovery, or 4 phases of growth and recovery. So all that brings us to this particular slide, I think, which is probably the most important one in our report. And the next one. One more slide and I'll stop there. Yeah. This one. Yes, I think I can stop. Yeah. Okay, fine. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much for this interesting tour in the tourism report, which is very interesting, and it seems very comprehensive. Now we are going to move to the final speaker, Mr. Najib Al-Azzouzi from Morocco. He is the Secretary General of ABCC. The floor is yours.
الكاتب العام. شكرا. السلام عليكم. شكرا. السلام عليكم واهلا بالحضور الكريم، وشكرا.
Shukran and Assalamu alaikum. It is indeed an honor to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. These are very important topics considering this global pandemic. As you know, the pandemic caught everyone by surprise. Because of the pandemic, we saw many negative impacts all around the globe. I would like to thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for this opportunity, and congratulations for having organized this event. We're going to have a small change to our schedule. We'll get back to Mr. Najib in a few moments. But before that, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation in Brazil, Mr. Marcos Pantes. Good morning, sir. Good morning. It's a great honor to be part of this forum. I would like to greet all the authorities who are online in this session. This is our new normal. And we know that the pandemic has impacted the whole world. And I myself, as an astronaut, having seen the Earth from the outside, I can tell you how important it is for everyone to work together. We are all together on the same spaceship, planet Earth. We're all together, the 7 billion people. And we believe science is the only weapon we can use to fight the virus. Science, technology, and innovation is pivotal to fight the coronavirus. And we believe that is the only way through which our economies will recover after the pandemic. And even during the pandemic, I would add. We believe that the foundation of the future lies on knowledge, technology, and innovation. The future of our planet relies on these three aspects. That is also valid for humankind health. We know the pandemic is bad. It is intrinsically bad. However, because of the pandemic, we had to come up with many solutions. And these solutions may be seen as opportunities by small or medium-sized companies that want to seize these opportunities. I'm talking about startup companies, product or services companies. So innovation is of the essence when it comes to our economy recovery. In Brazil, we lack people to work with technology and communication. We need to train more people, and we know that technologies have become increasingly relevant. Right now, we're using IT solutions. And this is what we need. We need to train more people. And that is one of the main efforts that we are working on. We're working so as to train new professionals. Technology, again, is becoming increasingly important to every country's GDP composition. The ministry is here to help all the other ministers because, agriculture, infrastructure, the healthcare system, and many other systems rely on us. So it's up to us to develop new technologies and train new professionals. That is something we've been doing. We do that with love and respect. We follow this strategy so that we can meet our goals. In Brazil, we have a great number of scientific publications. There's great scientific production. All we have to do is turn this knowledge into new products or new tech services. These new companies or these new services will comprise what we are now calling the new normal. I think that will completely change international trade relations. The pandemic made us work collaboratively. That is something that scientific data comes to prove, that if we work jointly, we can solve most of humankind issues. We have an IoT strategy in Brazil. This strategy started being implemented last year, and there are 4 priorities to it. First, Industry 4.0, Healthcare 4.0, Agriculture 4.0, and Smart Cities. We heard society. We heard different stakeholders. The stakeholders are working together so as to increase the effectiveness of these efforts. This month, we are to launch 4 AI centers that will be connected with other AI centers, one of which will focus on Industry 4.0, the other one for Healthcare 4.0, then Agriculture 4.0, and Smart Cities 4.0. If we add that to our telecom infrastructure, and if we add that to the existing plan that is going to be implemented by the new minister, Mr. Fabio Faria, who is now in charge of our communications, well, we believe this will help Brazil go through the digital transformation process. We'll be able to foster the creation of new startups and to foster innovation in that regard. And we believe that partnerships with other countries are truly important. Aside from that, and considering the pandemic consequences that were felt by Brazil and other countries, we realized how important it was to manufacture critical goods. It was hard to buy some goods during the pandemic at times. So we invested heavily so that we could innovate, especially for pharmaceutical goods, medical devices, and many other needs that our society had. We wanted to increase our national industry capabilities. I believe that happened in different countries because these critical products impacted countries that had a lower reaction capability first. Or even those countries who can't provide a quick economic response to the crisis. And that is why it is important to plan. It is important to have different suppliers who can manufacture and distribute these products. We wanted to attract these players to Brazil. So we are willing to work with different countries. Aside from that, this change in the global scenario will impact the way everyone works after the pandemic. New careers will be created. And we will need to train people for these new careers. And we know that some professions will just not exist anymore in the future, and these professionals will need to be relocated. That is why we are focusing on manufacturing critical goods or products. As I said, this planet is only one spaceship, and what happens at one end will impact the other regions of the world too. That is why we have to work in collaboration and try to think about what we can do so as to increase people's quality of life, making use of technology and innovative approaches. This is pivotal if we consider our planet's survival. Think of food production, food safety, access to clean water, water security, technologies used in agriculture, climate change, and the environment. All those elements are impacted by our activities and by the pandemic. That's why we need to have the proper infrastructure in place so we can better protect people. So we are at your full service. We're open to private or governmental partnerships, both domestically and internationally. These partnerships are fundamental so we can have more robust systems. These systems need to be robust from a technical and from a financial standpoint. And as I said before, we need partnerships so we can better train people. In our ministry, we have a special secretariat that focuses on capacity building. There's another secretariat whose focus is research and professional training for new researchers. And we can definitely work in collaboration with other countries. We also think about how we can leverage investments so that we can make the most out of our existing projects and infrastructure, talking about biodiversity and biotechnology. Bioenergy, renewable energy, artificial intelligence are projects in which we're open to collaboration. We can work on these projects domestically and internationally. So it's important to train people and to think of capacity building efforts. Products, services, and companies will benefit a lot from these partnerships. With that, I would like to thank you very much for this opportunity. It was a pleasure to be part of this forum. And I want to let you know that our teams at the ministry are open so we can set up meetings so that together we can move forward. Thank you very much. I wish you the best of luck and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Marcos Pontes. You've truly brought us a number of possibilities and strategies to progress this relationship. And now I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Hanafi. He's the moderator of this panel, and he'll be able to end the panel about a new order of international business. I will also hand it over to Mr. Najib. And now I hand it over to you back again.
Kindly continue what you started. We really enjoyed the minister's speech, which is very consistent with our panel and shows to what extent the Brazilian government is consistent with what's going on internationally and taking care of the 4.0. Mr. Najib Al-Azzouzi, the floor is yours again. Mr. Najib.
شكرا. كنت
It is an honor to be here for this forum of international trade. I am also happy to talk about the measures that have been taken recently. The pandemic was something unexpected. Because of the pandemic, everyone went through a disruption of their daily lives. The pandemic has also had a negative impact on the economic and financial sectors. It is very hard for us to get to the results that we wanted for every industry. Even though that's the case, the pandemic has brought to us new challenges. We need to think about new policies, and we need to think about how to renew new tools to make it easier for us to go through the pandemic. We want everyone's lives to be easier. We also want to facilitate trade. This opens up new horizons for the sector. We need to be able to find more mechanisms. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the experience we have had at our company. One of our duties is to follow up on production, especially for fish. We also follow up on the quality of this production, especially during the pandemic. Our government has taken a number of measures for that, and I would like to mention some of them. We need to use the digital era in every area. We apologize, we are experiencing some technical difficulties. During the pandemic, we worked on a digital program to expand every sector. We also wanted to organize different associations of popular culture. We wanted to help these organizations. And we wanted to facilitate the local market. We also wanted to organize meetings to foster relationships for Moroccan exporters. We wanted to do that through the digital tools. It is also very important to innovate through trade shows. We know that trade shows related to agriculture were reduced in size. These are some of the measures that we have taken to face the pandemic. Moroccan exports to Brazil in 2019 were $68 million.
وما زال هناك طبعا يعني نطاق واسع
Pois é, agora a gente.
Thank you very much. The signature of the document we saw is a good example of the relationship that we have with the Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, or APEX Brazil. This is a document we're going to sign now. And we're going to talk about this important collaboration between APEX Brazil, the Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, which is hereby represented by their president, Mr. Sergio Segovia, and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, hereby represented by Mr. Hanoun. So we are now going to sign this document, another document that we are going to sign during our forum. This is a very important moment. And before we start, I would like to hear from Mr. Hanoun. He's going to tell us what this meeting and what this moment means. Thank you very much, Renata. Once again, we are here signing yet another document. I would like to hand it over to the president of APEX Brazil, Mr. Segovia. Yes, of course. Good morning, Mr. Segovia. We'd love to understand what this relationship represents, especially when it comes to the relationship between APEX Brazil and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Segovia, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. Great, thank you. I would like to understand what the relationship between the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and APEX Brazil mean for this recovery. Of course. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be in the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. You may go ahead, Mr. Segovia. I would like to greet Mr. Minister Araújo, and I would like to greet my friend, Mr. Rubens Hanoun, the president of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and the Secretary General and CEO, Mr. Tamer Mansour. Let me try to answer your question, Renata. Today we have an opportunity to build even closer bonds between APEX Brazil and the Chamber. We can make this collaboration even stronger because we want to foster business between Brazilian and Arab companies. This document represents the long journey that we've shared together between APEX Brazil and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, generating and creating business for our customers. I would like to stress how important this forum is for Brazilian companies and Arab companies. We have a number of opportunities to do business in strategic areas to leverage the economies of these regions, especially throughout the uncertainty that we see because of the COVID-19 pandemic. APEX Brazil, in its more than 20 years of existence, has been working to foster connections that show Brazil as a relevant player because it is internationally. And we are unable to do that on our own. It is important for us to foster partnerships so that we have trade promotion and we are able to attract investments. Our long-lasting relationship with the Chamber has been supported by this agency, and it is based on the relevance of the Arab market. Together, we started this collaboration in 2010 when we had an official first agreement so that we could map out and explore business opportunities. Yes, I am sure this is a very interesting relationship. And it definitely involves both sides. Mr. Hanoun, what would you add to his words? And of course, everyone is very happy about it, right? Yes, as Mr. Segovia was saying, we've had a collaboration with Apex Brazil for a long time. And Apex Brazil has an office in Dubai, just like us. Also because of that, these two institutions have been working together in Dubai, and we are on the same page about things. Now, this collaboration is also going to be very interesting for another reason. And by the way, President Segovia and Apex Brazil will have access to our offices in Riyadh and Cairo. I would just like to say it. They can use our offices, and this kind of synergy is going to show how good our relationship is. And Brazilian and Arab companies are the ones who are going to benefit from it because we'll be able to enter Arab countries in a stronger way. Throughout this new partnership and through this new partnership, we will also be able to exchange information, and our business intelligence department will be able to exchange knowledge instead of separating it. This is very interesting, and I am sure this is going to add value to Brazilian trade and Brazilian products in Arab countries. I think Mr. Segovia is back with us. Yes, he is. Mr. Segovia, we were talking about the two new offices in Saudi Arabia and Egypt. And the two new offices of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce are also going to make things easier for Apex Brazil, right? Yes, of course. Whenever we have a new point of connection to make our relationship with Arab countries easier and to bring Apex Brazil closer together to a country's environment, the better. We have an office in Dubai. In Dubai, we can work with the Arabic Peninsula and with Northern Africa. And this interaction between our office in Dubai and the offices that you are going to build in the other two countries is definitely going to be beneficial for both of our institutions. Yes, I am sure this will be a key factor for you. And now, we are going to sign the memorandum. Both of the presidents are going to sign the document. I think we can show it, right? Yes, of course. Well, I don't have the same technique, Mr. Hanun, but here you can see that I've signed it. So here we have another important memorandum that has been signed during the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum on our online edition. This is very special. Yes, and once again, I would like to thank President Segovia for signing this memorandum with us. And Mr. Segovia, once again, I would like to invite you to come visit us whenever we can be together in person. We miss having breakfast with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I fully accept your invitation, and we'll go as soon as possible. Great. And let's keep on working on the 2022 World Cup, or the Expo 2020, which has been transferred to 2021. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Segovia from Apex Brazil. Thank you once again, Mr. Hanun. And we are very happy for being here and for signing the MOU. And let me take this opportunity. I would like to thank you for this extremely relevant panel that we were able to see. We were having a discussion about our current scenario and about the question that we had asked before. Is there a new order for international business? So thank you to every speaker who was on this panel because you were able to share a lot of information with us this morning. Of course, it is the morning in Brazil and it is the afternoon in other places. So thank you for sharing that. Now we're going to have our CEO talk about today's topic. Today, for the CEO talk, we have the CEO of TradeLink, Mr. Mohammed Shabib from the UAE. We also have the CEO of PharmaMed, Hanan Saab from Lebanon. And we have the founder and chief scientist of the digital strategy company, Mr. Silvio Meira from Brazil. And the moderator of this CEO talk will be Mr. Nahid Shikani, our Treasury Director for the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Enjoy the panel. Welcome.
Thank you. And greetings to all participants of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and the Brazilian Arab Countries Economic Forum. It is a pleasure to moderate this CEO talk. It is great to connect with many companies from Brazil and from the world. We are going to be talking to the CEO of TradeLink, Mr. Mohammed Shabib. We're also going to be addressing the CEO of PharmaMed, Ms. Hanan Saab, and Mr. Silvio Meira, founder and chief scientist from the digital strategy company. We were mentioning before, and we were wondering whether or not there is a new international order. And when we talk about that, of course, the pandemic comes to mind, along with all its challenges and opportunities. E-commerce has skyrocketed this year. And many companies have stood out in this scenario. TradeLink has become an important online platform for B2B trade in the Middle Eastern and Northern African regions. After that, we're going to talk to the CEO of PharmaMed. They will highlight their unique experience in distributing pharmaceutical products and medical devices to the Lebanese market. The digital strategy company is a Brazilian company that is pioneering businesses' digital transformation processes. Professor Silvio is also a reference in innovation and is one of the founders of the Digital Port of Recife and the Cesar Institute. I would like to hear your thoughts on three main points. The first question I have for you is this. What do you think will happen to international events this year? For example, the Expo 2020 in Dubai. The Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce has just launched the ELOS platform that will host a number of trade information between Brazil and the Arab world. and they will make use of blockchain technology for that. How do you see that? Mr. Mohammed Shbib, let's start with you.
Thank you. So in terms of I do believe that, let's say we take the Expo. The Expo has been moved from 2020 to 21. And I think this is in line with what we see around the globe. A lot of B2B events have suffered, obviously, more than anything else from the pandemic, and people have been reluctant to meet in person. They have resorted to virtual meetings. We see a lot of virtual meetings, like this amazing conference that we have in these couple of days here with the Arabian Brazilian Chamber. I think for me, at least personally, it is just a stopgap. It's just really a replacement that does not reach really the engagement levels of what you have when you have a physical encounter. You relate in a completely different way when you meet in person. And I think going forward, what we will see is, as with every crisis that mankind, a bigger crisis that mankind has faced in the past, this will see today. And it requires personal interaction, personal meetings face to face, and physical meetings. And I think soon enough, once the medical treatment of the virus is ready, and once the vaccinations are ready, for sure, I think is events will always become a combination of physical and virtual. And they will become a combination. Yeah, we will have trains always, and despite the budgetary constraints, you will be able to participate in a setup like let's say Expo, by being there on screen and share your. It will still be adding value to people's lives, and it will still create business relationships that probably will last as much as the regular relationships, the physical relationships. And this is one clear direction between physical and virtual, which drives B2B in the future.
E a segunda pergunta, se
What about your take on the second question, Mr. Shabib, on blockchain technologies that are now being used by the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce? What do you think of that?
Part of this implementation, I think, shows how far we have gotten. Everything going forward, a couple of things. One of them is obviously security and data security, and having documents and legal documents on the blockchain enables reliability. It's probably seen as something modern. Today is probably seen as something very innovative, and you're spearheading a movement that's probably going to become a standard a couple of years from now. I don't. For the reasons that I've mentioned, I think when you have international partners that don't know each other as well as being local partners in the same market, and even in the local document setups, the blockchain is just an enabler for that. So the same way people started thinking about databases in general 30, 40 years ago, and interactions between people and between companies. So congratulations on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Shabib. We're now going to hear from Ms. Hanan Saab. The floor is yours, Miss.
Well, it's an indeed and a pleasure for
Para mim,
forum. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be a speaker in this panel. The pandemic has impacted populations across the globe in different ways and dimensions, which prompted us to pause, to assess, to analyze, and rethink some practices that we adopted since many years and others that we recently embarked upon. Amidst such an environment, healthcare remains an important vital sector to consider. Lebanon, with some countries in the MENA region, remain dependent on foreign markets for availing supplies of vital medications associated with severe chronic diseases, such as blood products, chemotherapy for cancer patients, medical equipment, medications and supplies for critical surgeries, and intensive care, among others. During the pandemic, with the lockdown imposed by authorities in the exporting countries, the health authorities opted to prohibit the export of some vital products to prioritize the needs of the local population over the dependent importing countries. Difficulties were also encountered in shipping cold chain products to destinations while preserving the entity of these products. Hence, the need to devise, map, and design new supply chains for providing such products to cover for any possible disruption in supply. In the meantime, some companies specialized in medical supplies have shifted years ago to outsourcing the production of some of their products to companies in Asia and Eastern Europe to lower their costs while restricting their role to release the batches of the final products. This is pursuant to performing quality testing in their own labs to ensure the conformity with worldwide recognized standards. In addition to the above, manufacturing facilities of pharmaceutical products remained reliant on Asia as a major source for availing the necessary active pharmaceutical ingredients in the manufacture of the pharmaceutical products. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, worldwide shortages in some pharmaceutical products were encountered. This should be a driver for each country or region to assess the adopted practice and consider other options which could guide towards localization of production at many different levels. On the positive side, one of the main consequences of the pandemic is the realization that technology is indeed a change maker. Hence, with the imposed lockdown and guidelines on safety measures during COVID-19 pandemic, employees of companies providing pharmaceutical and medical supplies across the MENA who operated via cloud-based platforms carried business as usual from homes, where applicable, with no disruption of their services locally and remained connected with suppliers abroad. It's worthwhile to mention that some female employees who were able to perform their routine jobs while attending to their family needs coped well. On the other hand, working from home weighed on mothers who were expected to attend to their children with the online schooling. Such variation in impact cannot but be considered by companies in seeking to preserve their valuable employees and retaining them. In observing the impact on the physician's practice, we notice that patients avoided to go to see doctors in the hospital setting for fear of contracting the coronavirus. In this regard, it was proven that setting up clinics in buildings that are separate from the hospital setting proved to be more efficient and safer. Moreover, some doctors used or resorted to using telemedicine. These doctors in such setting were able to follow up on their chronically ill patients, put them within a needed direction, and spare them from going to hospitals and clinics. Furthermore, telemedicine proved to be also useful in assessing patients who were exhibiting some COVID-19 symptoms. Doctors in such a setting were able to provide patients with guidance, depending, of course, on the gravity of the patient's symptoms, for either home confinement or admission to hospital. This proved to be useful in relieving pressure in hospital settings, limiting the exposure and the spread of coronaviruses among nurses and other healthcare providers. Recently, the American University Hospital have launched AUB Telehealth, an application which provides medical expertise irrespective of the location of the patient, and hence overcoming the interruptions in internet while depending on their mobile phone for assessing such communication. This was also adopted by other entities for the welfare of the patient and healthcare providers. It is from this perspective that it remains with the health authorities in each country to assess legitimizing the adoption of telemedicine as a practice, allowing doctors to charge fees. It is worthwhile to share that for us in Lebanon, the coronavirus pandemic was the icing on the cake. This is because since October 2019, the Lebanese population started to witness financial restrictions on the transfer of funds. This ended up locking their life earnings in blank. The blast that took place on August 4th in Beirut seaport added insult to injury, resulting in 6,500 injuries and around 200 deaths, and the loss of $50 billion in property damage. Central Bank of Lebanon restricts the withdrawal of money for individuals, irrespective of their financial position. Hence, individuals and businesses are struggling to avail the needed finances for the importations of medications along with fuel and food. Currently, the Lebanese population is locked up in one of the most difficult crises in the history of Lebanon. This indicates, if any, that the coronavirus pandemic effect on countries in distress or war outweighs by far the impact that other countries are going through at such times. Meanwhile, the Lebanese are trying their best to accommodate for all the stresses, develop resiliency, and assist each other to shoulder the consequences of the financial crisis, the blast, and the coronavirus. Thank you for providing me this opportunity and best wishes for a very successful forum.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hanan Saab. We're now going to hear from Mr. Silvio Meira from Brazil. Thank you very, very much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Let me try and address the two questions that were asked. The first one was regarding events, just like this one we are attending right now. Well, I think we are transitioning. Not transitioning from physical spaces to digital spaces. I think that on a global level, over the past 25 years since the invention of the internet, we're transitioning from physical spaces to a higher level of articulation between these physical spaces with virtual spaces. So physical spaces are now larger. They became digital. And these two spaces, the physical and the digital one, are orchestrated by the social space. Everything is now organized under 3 dimensions. The physical dimension, which already existed before, then the digital dimension, which was present at our lives constantly, but that was not necessarily the way through which we would enter these multi-dimensional spaces. And finally, we've got the social dimension, which has always been very important for us. Even during analog times, we shared spaces with our families, friends, co-workers, and members of several institutions. And now we're all sharing the same space. And I call this space phygital, physical, digital, and social. So we have a great opportunity to learn in schools, universities, and in different events. Whether we're talking about events, the healthcare system, as mentioned by Ms. Saab, or whatever we talk about, we are going to see a hybrid approach taking over. If people don't want or if people can't go to physical spaces, they'll be able to do everything digitally. And I think this is all articulated along with the social space. 4.5 billion all around the globe. 4.5 billion of people all around the globe are connected online using their smartphones. And we are 100% of our time connected. No one leaves their smartphone at home. They're always on us. So if we're talking about the Expo 2020, or whether we're talking about my grandchildren having online classes, whether we're talking about recurring events, you name it, all these initiatives will go hybrid. You can be there if you want to, but you may not be there, or you may be there online only. So you may have only a digital presence. You may take part in the same event. That, of course, will create some hurdles. There will be greater complexity. I mean, how can we have an equitable approach and give different people a voice, regardless if they are in the event in person or digitally? This will be hard to deal with, not only because of technologies, because we are at a really early stage in terms of adopting these new technologies. We usually saw these technologies as just a second option. Well, this person can't be here today, so this person will join us online. So that was not people's first option, but now here we are. And you know, in the previous session, we had an issue with one of the panelists that had a bad connection. And you know, that's how things go nowadays. So I think that for the long run, the internet and these digital connections will be regarded as electricity is. It is there, it works, and you only find out that it is there when it stops working. So you're only mindful of the quality of that technology when it stops working. And I believe that in the future, that will happen 2 or 3 times a year only. That is why I think the new spaces will be called phygital. So I will be part of the Expo 2021 phygitally. I will be there, but digitally. But I am sure I'll be able to interact with everyone who's on the event. This is the social space I mentioned. Well, regarding moderator's second question on blockchain and networks, I think this has been partially answered already. However, I would like to mention that infrastructure to support reliable storage of data is fundamental. That is, if we want to increase trust between different institutions. And that is especially valid when these institutions are not closely related. And this infrastructure may be used so that we can avoid third parties to mediate these relationships. So the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce is now creating this framework, this infrastructure that will allow people to do exactly that. Due to this platform, data won't be changed, or there won't be the possibility for this data to be changed anymore, since data will be distributed all through the platform. And I think this will fast-track and streamline international relations and international trade. This is not the only way to do that, of course, but this is a highly sophisticated platform. And I believe that as people understand what to do with this type of platform and what can be done, then the relationships will become even more fluid.
Great. So these are our 3 CEOs, Mr. Mohammed, Ms. Sabi, and Mr. Meira. We hope you keep on enjoying the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Thank you very much for your contribution to this panel. Thank you. We are very happy with this relevant talk. Now we are going to have a short break. And please remember that we have the virtual trade show, and our exhibition floor is available at the platform. You can talk to sponsors, go to booths, and find out a lot of news. You also have full access to the survey about Arab immigration in Brazil. Now we are going to watch a video that shows a little bit of this survey carried out by the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. We'll be back with our agenda in...
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a FAMBRAS Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. FAMBRAS Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualità Group. Qualità Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualità Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
O Porto do Itaqui cresce junto com o Maranhão. Movimenta toda a cadeia produtiva do corredor centro-norte do Brasil. Automação das operações, implantação de novas tecnologias e sucessivos recordes. Isso é Porto do Itaqui. Isso é Maranhão.
Há mais de 30 anos, a Sedial Halal atua com certificação halal de alta qualidade, humana e consciente. Somos a empresa com o maior número de categorias para certificação aqui no Brasil. Aproveite, acesse nosso site e obtenha o seu certificado.
Looking to expand in a new territory, in a state-of-the-art business park.
We are back with the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum with our online edition. And this is a relevant topic for the global scenario: female participation in international business. To start talking about the importance of women during the pandemic, I now hand it over to the President of the Federation of Business Women of Kuwait, Ms. Sheikha Hessa Al Sabah. Good morning. On behalf of God, our merciful, merciful God, I would like to greet everyone who is here. We have His Excellency Minister Araújo, His Excellency Mr. Ponte, Minister of Science and Technology, and we have everyone who is here. I am very happy with my participation at this event today. As the President of the Federation of Businesswomen of Kuwait, I would like to, on behalf of the members of the Board of Directors and on behalf of the General Assembly of Businesswomen of Kuwait, extend my greetings and extend my warmest regards to the Republic of Brazil and to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. I hope we always have progress and success, and I do hope this forum is very successful and achieves its goal. We are very happy to be here today. We received this invitation in January 2020 to attend the forum. We were really interested in visiting such an amazing country. Not even the most pessimistic people could imagine that the current scenario would happen. This is a sad reality that every country in the world is going through. This is a virus that came about in December 2019, and it is a virus that has paralyzed the world. Everything stopped from east to west, from our lifestyle to our economic lives. Transportation, trade, aviation, and factories, everything has come to a halt. Even life was being threatened in some countries because of the quick spreading of this virus. And this virus makes no difference between race, country, or religion. The world is now waiting for news and for a vaccine. We also need to take into account the news about victims and deaths. This is a tragedy for most African countries. And our lockdown has been expanded to most aspects of our lives. This is important for us. And we need to think not only about how we are going to overcome this virus, but how things are going to be after we eliminate it. Are we going back to how things used to be before COVID-19? Or are we going into a new era in the world? Who is going to be the biggest loser in this equation? Who is going to be the winner? These are confusing questions. A Canadian sociologist from the 60s used to say that the world has become a small tribe. And right now, we see that it's even smaller than that. The whole world has been affected by it. Now let us take a quick look into some strong alliances in this world that have had an important role before the virus in the economic management all over the world. And these were impacted by the crisis. The people from these alliances have been deeply impacted as well. Needs and interests are now the powerhouse behind these alliances. Only a few people were able to help those who needed, building new alliances before the catastrophe that we've seen. And this is indeed a catastrophe. People have never seen anything like it. Right now, we have around 38 million people who are sick or who got sick, and over 1 million people have died. These are the human losses, but we've had economic losses as well. Some economic reports have shown the level of severity for the current crisis. In the second quarter of this year, we felt the impact in our economy. And the US economy had a slowdown of 42.9%. We also saw decreases in countries' GDPs, for example, France, Italy, Spain, and Germany. And basically every big economy around the world has felt the same impact. Everyone knows that international trade and relations have not gone back to normal, and that's expected after a crisis. It is only expected for new organizations to be created. For example, there was the League of Nations, and after the First World War, they ended up losing momentum, especially after the beginning of the Second World War. But I think the UN is not going to leave the coronavirus pandemic behind. They're going to rally international organizations around them. Many organizations have failed when approaching this crisis and have failed to put this threat away from all of the global citizens that live on Earth. Dear brothers and sisters, people have been asking us, what about females during the crisis? Well, the crisis has not changed the world. On the contrary, it has increased the burdens that women already had. They may be the breadwinners in their household, or they may be a partner in their family, trying to improve the economic level and social level of the whole family. And at the same time, women have to meet their commitments with their family. With the crisis, we see that their burden is now bigger. According to reports from the regional director of the United Nations, we see that women all over the world are around 70% of workers in healthcare or social assistance. And these are the first sectors that get in touch with people who get sick. Of course, they find themselves in a tricky situation because they can either protect their health or make sure they keep on having economic means to pay for everything. Of course, they need to follow safety measures. But these women know that they can't stop being in their homes, and they need to keep on helping their families. Reports have also brought other numbers to us. We see an increase in violence against women in the household since the beginning of quarantine. This happens because wives are now with their husbands or their partners within a closed space for a long time. Families are also going through a financial crisis. We've clearly seen that in non-Arab countries, and we see centers to help and support women with human rights organizations. These numbers are going down in Arab countries, not because women are not the victims of violence, but because we don't have support centers. This stops us from asking for help. Even if the wealthier women can ask for support through psychologists and therapists, another problem we have during the crisis is that women are also the weakest link in the private sector whenever we go through a crisis. In most companies, we see that women are laid off because people think that somebody is going to pay for things for them, maybe a brother, a husband, or a father. So they end up losing the ability to be financially independent. Now, among these sectors, we have tourism, lodging, and retail. A survey carried out in 34 countries and published in June last year talked about this. They were analyzing how work works during economic crisis, and the results were shocking. Even in countries that believe in equality like Turkey and Lebanon, 80% of people said something shocking. In Indonesia and the Philippines, they had 70% or sometimes 50%. My brothers and sisters, things are different from what we had before COVID-19. We need to connect ourselves and we need to develop our competencies. We need the skills to support each other. We need to offer appropriate opportunities to women. As we've said, we also need to develop their technological skills. We also need to make sure we foster a proper work environment for women after the crisis. I think it is a good idea to implement the 17 Sustainable Development Propositions by the UN. They created that to reduce gender disparity. This has to do with what I said about the layoffs. Of course, the world is going through an unprecedented recession, and that is why this is so serious. But more than ever, we need to adjust the work structure for the whole pyramid, from C-level positions to other positions. We need to make sure we reduce the gender gap. One of the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 is precisely that. Because of COVID-19, we are now realizing that the difference between classes is not that big. It is important for us to have balance between genders through their rights and duties on an equal platform. If women are the first line of defense during a crisis, is the world going to change after this crisis? Is it going to be different from what we did after the Second World War? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. I really appreciate this forum. Thank you to the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and thank you for everything you've been doing. I would also like to acknowledge His Excellency, the President of Brazil, Mr. Jair Bolsonaro, for supporting this event. May the peace of God be upon you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Sheikha Hessa Al-Sabah. More and more, having females participating in international trade is extremely important. In the women business, the group created in the G20 included the only participant from Latin America, Ms. Delia Raquel Flores, our next speaker. But before I hand it over to her, I would like to once again invite our president here, Mr. Hanoun, so that he can talk to us about the importance of women in the business world. Actually, I just wanted to thank the Sheikha Hessa Al-Sabah, and to thank Ms. Delia Raquel Flores. I would also like to thank the women in the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce who have put together the WAHI Committee, Women's Achievements High Inspiration. They have been doing great work, and we are going to get more information on that later. I just wanted to make it clear that the chamber is made of women for women. And it's made by women. In most of our chamber, we have female employees. We have women in our board of directors who are extremely important for us. And throughout the pandemic, we've seen how important women are. Women are making a difference during the pandemic. And I am sure that they make a difference in business as well, because business fare better when we have women in them. That is why we created the WAHI committee, which means Women's Achievements, High Inspiration. I would like to thank all of these women, and I would like to thank you for being here representing Brazilian and Arab women. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hanun, on behalf of all women. We are working here tirelessly to offer you a great forum, and we see a number of female leaders who are working really hard to develop this special online edition of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. And now I officially hand it over to Ms. Delia Flores. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The development of business women in the Arab countries is a fact. Latin America is not falling behind. For me, it's been a pleasure to share with other female leaders in G20 in Arab countries to talk about my passion. I want to foster the development of business women and business leaders. My first participation in G20 was in 2017 in Germany. I was there for the G20, and I was able to attend the W20 representing female business leaders in my country. Now, this year in 2020, for the first time, the B20, which is the business department for G20, has shown that females have made a lot of strides. They've had a lot of achievements, but they have a lot ahead of them as well. That's how the B20 in Arab countries put together different areas and created the Women in Business, an active council that focuses on dealing with the challenges and issues that are related to women and their businesses. We are talking about female business owners. This active council and this council that we use for female activity in business has a president. Her name is Cher. We have co-chairs as well, or vice presidents, and we have around 100 members of the global business community. For Arab countries, this is a source of a lot of pride. We want to keep on attending G20. I want to share with you what the Women in Business Active Council means for Arab countries. We had three main axes or three main pillars that were the foundation for our work from the beginning. Number one, we wanted to even the playing field. We wanted to make sure that the progress and the potential of progress that they had in their leadership was truly possible. We wanted to foster reforms and change laws, for example, when it comes to maternity and paternity leaves. We wanted to foster an inclusive environment with proper, fair wages, and more flexible work conditions. The second pillar was to boost female entrepreneurship so that women would be able to start a business. We wanted them to grow and to become large-scale companies. This would mean that we had an environment that would foster these female-owned businesses. We wanted to increase the amount of synergy we have with diverse groups of women at the tables where decisions are being made. We want to have women where policies are being decided upon. We also want articulation with international organizations like UN Women. That also includes the government and multilateral organizations, so that we can have more and more women involved in decision making. The government and multilateral organizations need to be a role model. They need to find standards and create standards showing what is important for business growth when those businesses are led by women. So our biggest recommendation here is to work on governmental initiatives to make sure that we have gender equality. And we want to make sure that these females are equal opportunity business partners. We need to acknowledge that females need to be in power. They don't have to be empowered only. They need to be in power. It is important to understand that to unleash true transformation and their true potential. Now, for that, we'll need tangible initiatives. And we'll also need cultural transformation in an environment where women and men support diversity and leadership. I created a female business association 11 years ago. This association has had a lot of impact in the Arab world because we create concrete initiatives to boost internationalization of female-led businesses. We are constantly supporting them and giving them tools for them to grow. We want female entrepreneurs and business people to grow. My biggest passion has to do with that. We need to work together on these points. We need to remove border restrictions, and we need to stop promoting stereotypes and cultural differences. We need to prepare and implement a comprehensive model for women in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. We should also focus on the development of new skills so that every businesswoman and their companies are able to grow. We want them to boost and increase their horizons in international business. We want to make sure that they have the same rights and opportunities as men, and we want to protect those rights and opportunities. We're going to have an approach focused on users, and we'll try to recreate and reformulate laws. It is a fact that women are developing themselves in Arab countries. And Latin America does not want to fall behind that, so let's work together. Let's work as a single group to have sustainable, concrete progress. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. And I would like to thank the president of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rubens Hanun. I would also like to thank the president of the WAHI committee and all of the members of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Dalia. Thank you for bringing us this context about the importance of females in international business. We are going to finish this session with a video by the WAHI committee, Women's Achievements High Inspiration. This is extremely important, especially now during the pandemic.
A criação do Comitê de Mulheres da Câmara Árabe foi uma iniciativa muito singular. Nosso objetivo e propósito é aproximar mulheres árabes e mulheres brasileiras, para que elas possam compartilhar experiências, as experiências de inovação, as experiências culturais, as experiências de negócio. Nosso objetivo e ideal é que nesse comitê possamos transcender os negócios, possamos descobrir novas culturas, a diversidade e que esse comitê promova o crescimento mútuo de mulheres brasileiras e mulheres árabes.
Criamos esse comitê com o propósito de estreitar as relações entre as mulheres árabes e as mulheres brasileiras, focando principalmente em 3 pilares: desenvolvimento econômico, promoção e intercâmbio cultural, responsabilidade e marketing social.
A cultura sempre foi uma via importante de expressão de mulheres árabes e brasileiras. Esse intercâmbio pode e deve trazer experiências interessantíssimas, não somente para os negócios, mas também para o modo de pensar a vida.
Esse comitê vai promover e divulgar a participação feminina nos mais diversos setores da economia, da cultura, da responsabilidade social e da inovação. Vamos promover eventos, acordos de cooperação e o intercâmbio entre os países.
Esperamos que esse comitê traga muito mais que inspirações, que ele crie a oportunidade de uma conexão verdadeira, muito genuína, entre mulheres de negócios árabes e mulheres de negócios no Brasil.
Esperamos trazer histórias de mulheres que nos inspirem, nos façam refletir, nos influenciem a mudar o mundo com nossas atitudes.
Essas mulheres vão nos cativar e nos ensinar muitas coisas.
WAHI, Mulheres que Inspiram.
Maravilhoso.
That is a wonderful project. Now we have an opportunity to have a very interesting discussion between Arab chambers and different Arab chambers from different countries on interesting topics that are related to today's subject. So today we have Secretary General of the Arab British Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Bandar Reda. We also have the Secretary General of the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Mudar Koja. And we have the Chamber's Institutional Relations Manager, Ms. Fernanda Baltazar. Ms. Baltazar will also be the moderator of this conversation. Welcome, Ms. Baltazar. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. To finish today's sessions, we are now going to have a conversation with other chambers. And we truly want to talk about this topic. Are we really talking about a new way of doing business? That is why we have invited a representative from Austria and another representative from the United Kingdom. We want to hear from them what the post-COVID-19 looks like and what they think about the market and the private sector. And do you think we could say that we have a new order of business? What do you think, and how does that compare to Brazil? So now we have the Secretary General of the Arab British Chamber of Commerce, and I'm going to hand it over to him. You may begin, Ms. Rita.
Ms. Valdazar, I would like to thank all of you today and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for hosting us. I think the topic is a very interesting topic, and it's quite important to everybody. Today's world is a challenging world, and what's going on is quite unique. It never happened before. So it's a first experience to small, medium, and large companies in terms of their structure, their vision, their behavior toward the business. I can speak in behalf of the Arab companies dealing with the UK and vice versa. Mainly, all of them been affected, but I've been seeing a different approach from every single company dealing with this pandemic. The unique approach that I have seen lately, people are adapting into the restrictions, adapting into this digital world, shifting their mechanism, shifting their staff, shifting their plan into more digital world than anything else. So today you could see companies that used to employ X amount of people, turning this amount X of people to shift to their digital and online services and business. So again, what I could sum my words, there is an opportunity for every single company or businessman or entrepreneur or businesswoman today. Look at it from a different angle, seek the opportunity, and adapt to the changes. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Bandar. Bandar foi excelente. Agora eu gostaria de convidar o representante da Câmara Austríaca, por favor, para dar suas palavras e também para colocar como tem sido esse desafio e quais as projeções daqui para frente.
Challenge been for you?
Thank you very much, and I have the pleasure to join you today within this international forum. My thanks goes to all audience, but especially, of course, to the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, to our dear friend and His Excellency President Robin Hanoun, and my dear brother and colleague Tamer Fawzi Mansour, and also to the entire staff. You're doing a wonderful job. Allow me to make at first analysis what happens to the business community. I think applies to all over the country worldwide. We have a very big damage on the some branches within the economy, like tourism, services, transport, cultural events and management, and sports, and vice versa. On the other hand, we do have some revival and recovery on some topics like the ICT, the information and communication technology. We do have a revival of digitalization when it's come to training units, virtual training units, virtual schooling, and also tournaments, and so on and so on. And of course, very important is revival on the foodstuff, where Brazil is benefiting a lot out of it. And also, we do witness some changes in paradigms. For example, the topic of being to have big armies and to have them forced and give them weapons, it's not anymore the first priorities for various members of countries. The main issue today, and this is the security issue, is on research, on the medical use research and other researchers, and also saving the supply chain within these medical stuff, we like masks, disinfection liquids, and also medicaments which related to support the person who are infected. Actually, we in Austria, we witnessed some global changes. The government has reacted in a very good manner, and it supported the economy in two directions. The first one is direct support to the companies and giving them the model of short job, which the government pays around 83% of the expenditures of the personnel of these companies, and also postponing the tax payment and also repayment of the credits for them, and direct injection for money to the people, to individuals in Vienna, which recovered, and Austria belongs to the 10 best countries worldwide dealing with this pandemic. Actually, what is the role of chambers in this regard? I think during these changes and also paradigm change of the national security, and also shifting the priorities to some branches, businessmen, new companies and new businessmen are now shown, and they have more place to act in the branches that are recovering and having more space. As I mentioned before, medicals and food stuff, and also the virtual meetings, the information and communication system. Our role as chambers, it's important to show those newcomers to the market, and also to partner between the companies in our location countries, but also with our Arab partners and Arab countries. And it's very important, and also to offer a new solution for networking, and offer also new methodologies to meet each other, not physically, because it's unfortunately the majority not possible to meet physically, and it is not advisable, but also virtually, like we are meeting now together in these. And then the other very interesting topic is to enable or to support companies to have local solutions for this very essential medical industry. It's a matter of national security to reduce.
He mentioned AI and the project that the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce has on blockchain technologies so as to increase connectivity. Now, considering what you said on small and medium-sized companies, regarding technology and integration, how do you see chambers of commerce working together, considering Brazil, the UK, and Austria, since we have since these markets are so different? Tomorrow, we're going to talk about food security. And we know that supply chain is very important in that regard. So here's my question to you. How do you see all those efforts? How can we work together amongst different chambers of commerce? The pandemic comes to show that we have to join forces, that we have to work in cooperation and collaboration. What do you think about that?
Gostaria de começar? Sir Banda?
Yes. I lost you for a second, but I'm back again. So, Yes, definitely. I think today's world, we need to be linked together. If we don't, then we're not going to be able to survive. So, opportunity in a country could be a great assets to others. And today we are a melting pot, so it's a one big economy rather than separate economy. I could speak, for example, very quick. Today, a great challenge in the UK is the pandemic, also the Brexit. If you look at it from that perspective, Brexit could be a great opportunity for all the Brazilian companies to join. The market will be open, different sectors needs to be replaced, and opportunities there. Again, the chambers, the Arab chambers of commerce in general, could be a great link to link any company or potential, I would say, customer or entrepreneur wants to enter the Arab world, to give them a great introduction into that specific Arab world, and to highlight the opportunities, and also to initiate the contact. And the link between the Arab British Chamber of Commerce to their sister chambers will enable, let's say, a businessman or woman from Brazil to contact us, and then we could just open that door to them, for example, in Austria or Switzerland or Germany or again, any other chamber of commerce. So I think we are working as a big circle and a big link with each other. And we, within specific guidelines, we could share the information and we could share the opportunities with each other. I would like to highlight very quickly on certain opportunities in the Arab world in general. And that could be a great, I would say, doorsteps for all the interested parties. Construction, leisure and tourism, digital economy. I would say water would be very, very interesting at this point. Energy and education as well. And there's so many others. But again, I would recommend any interested party to contact any of the Arab Foreign Chamber of Commerce, and they will link us with each other. Today's world is a very challenging world. If we don't work together, we're not going to be able to survive. This is quite important. But thank God for the digital communication. We don't have to go, we don't have to travel, we don't have to visit. All what we need to do is to arrange for a quick meeting, a webinar, or a forum as the great forum that you're doing as we speak. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Banda. Sr. Muda?
Mr. Banda Rida. Mr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 14 joint chambers worldwide. We have also 21 federation of chambers in the Arab countries. Imagine that we could put all this data and connectivities within one platform where we as chambers offers to our members, companies, individuals, also authorities, ministries, municipalities, the possibility to interact worldwide. If, like my colleague Bandar say, if somebody would like to have some meat from Brazil, he could step into this electronic platform where the database exists and can access to this data in the Brazilian Chamber of Commerce platform. If we have a unified platform worldwide where we could put those data for access of our members, and we could also offer them particularly for our members and who are interested in that, and this will be spread worldwide in all our joint chambers, but also in cooperation with the General Union and also the Federation of Chamber. It is a wonderful possibility. The other thing is to give consulting works for people who would like to interact and come to some countries, open companies, doing business, to have the legal advice to that, and to know the jurisprudence, the legal base for settling in certain companies and interacting with the various countries worldwide. I think it's a very big potential, and this idea is more than 10 years old, and now it is the time to act to this, to support this idea from all the chambers, and I think there is willingness to do this. Thank you.
That was great. This was such an interesting talk. We've heard so many relevant things, and this is the goal we have in this forum. The comments that were posed have great synergy with what was said before. So thank you very much, Mr. Bandar Ridar and Mr. Mudar Koja. We will have a lot to talk about. Even after the forum, I think we can work jointly. So once again, thank you both very much for having accepted our invitation. Thank you, everyone. And I will hand the floor over to Renata. Thank you. Thank you, Fernanda. Thank you for mediating this debate brilliantly. It's always very interesting to hear from different chambers from around the globe. Thank you for making this debate even more colorful. I would also like to voice my thanks to our audience today. And I want to thank our previous panelists too. Once again, thank you to our sponsors who made this possible. Thank you, BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, Kaizen, Neom Trade, Qualita Group, and TradeLink. Once again, I would like to invite you all to access our virtual platform. Please make sure you check our trade show. With that, we've come to the end of our second day of event. We'll be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. We'll be broadcasting live. And this is the topic we're going to touch on tomorrow. Food safety, a strategic partnership between Brazil and the Arab world. Thank you very much. Thank you to each and every one of you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.